I can't carry anymore.
I think, is this how much damage does that do? 87 to 154. Yeah. It's a bit better for getting mana back when I'm burned.
How may I be of help?
She must not look like. Yeah. Considering making smoke just for the res. Oh yeah, no. Why am I not leeching so much mana here? Yeah, I'm not sure I like 6 kicks. You can't immediately move away from an enemy after you've killed it. So I keep getting stuck in that poison cloud. So I must be killing him in like 4. And then, yeah, see, like there's a couple more kicks going on after he was dead. So maybe... Oh, I need the mana leech, don't I? No, hang on. Let's try... Let's give me 6. It's 5. Mana leech. What did I just lose? Oh yeah, block. It's not too bad. We'll see now when we... The Claw Viper knocks the shit out of me.
I am overburdened.
Yeah. 5 is the magic number, I think. Although, I did kind of predict that, didn't I? Okay. single thing poisons in hell, doesn't it? Everything. Can't go anywhere without being unarmed damage.
I can't carry
Go
anymore.
anywhere without being green with a big orange fire above your head. You and your fucking decrepify. And your poison. In fact, take all your curses and shove them up your ass.
I am overburdened.
Good evening.
I got a crafting combo. Amrune. No. God. Okay.
Evening.
Actually, let's try. Well, there's still some enemies left.
I'll put that to good use.
I'm sure you will. Pop those on. And 4821. trap. I think the Reaper's setup was probably edging this out setup out, but what's cheeky bugger hiding?
I can't carry anymore.
What's the bet? There's souls down here. What's the bet? Still taking bets. Oh yeah. I don't know. last run, I'll run that the Reaper's setup. These death lords are a lot easier.
I can't carry it.
Dark Lord,
I am overburdened.
Bale was he did stand still, but if I stopped him teleporting around after the initial
I can't
teleport,
carry anymore.
he cast a ton of those appendages. I leveled. Oh, fuck's sake.
Salutations.
Yes, we get the message.
I can't carry anymore.
No, only recently. Well, actually, I'm not sure, but no. No, it's not Enigma. Dragonflight. My gear isn't that good. I'm still building. Luckily, assassin torches are cheap. You know. So, alright, well, they have this thing called Dragonflight. It's an attack. And you teleport. If there's an enemy, if there's no enemy, you can't use it. It will grow through walls. But you need an enemy to teleport to. You need to be able to click on them, you know. For what? For what kind of assassin? Well, a lightning trapper. I mean, if you're trapping, yeah. So, if you, this lady here, Anya, when you come here, when you, yeah, well, I'm not sure if you can have, yeah, so you'd have to socket them yourself, because otherwise they'd have the jeweler's prefix, so you wouldn't be able to, but basically,
Good morning.
this is the woman you want to speak to, Anya. Now she sells clothes on the second tab, right? And basically, when you've got the portal here, you can go in and out and in and out and refresh, okay? So the ideal clothes, perfect world, is 2 to assassin skills, 3 to lightning sentry on the same claw, or 3 to traps, 3 to lightning sentry on the same claw. It's basically either 5 lightning sentry or 6 lightning sentry. And then you would need to socket them and cross your fingers and hope you got 2 sockets. Because magic claws can get from Lazuk, they can get 2 sockets as the maximum. But you might decide to throw 1 in there. I've got quite a nice claw on a mule, like 40 increased attack speed with what, magic items? No. White claws you can, but you're not going to get, like, you can make you know, other types of assassin, like whirlwind assassin, you know, then you start looking at the white claws with 3 sockets, because you make chaos or fury claws. But for traps, the best are blue. But what I would say is, because it take a while to shop those, you'd be there forever unless you use a shop bot, which I don't condone. And trading for them can be expensive, so it depends on you really. If you're like on D2 GSP and you've got loads of like wealth, then it's not a problem. But if you're not, I would just go with the Heart of the Oak and a Spirit instead. And then you get, like, you know, yeah, well then just, if you're on ladder, just go with the Spirit Shield and Heart of the Oak. So you get 5 to all skills, good cast rate, good mana. Alright, well, I mean, picking up claws, you'd have to be incredibly lucky to get good trap claws. So I wouldn't even bother. I would just, you just shop trap claws usually. Oh no, pick them up, but don't pick them up with a mind to the thinking that you're going to get like 5 to lightning sentry, because you probably won't. It's better to just shop them as you go along. You can shop 3 to like. Here, I'll show you my switch, okay? So on switch, I got 2 times 3 shadow claws, right? And I use those to pre-buff my burst of speed and my venom, right? They're really easy to shop, and so are 3 to traps. So already, you'd have more to traps than using the Heart of the Oak and the Spirit. You just wouldn't have all the nice mods. So you could get 3 to traps easy. Trappers are actually quite cheap to make. It's just they can be very expensive end game with infinity and stuff. Really easy to level as well, just a breeze. Just keep pumping traps, the damage is insane until you get to hell. You can always put points in Fire Blast for lightning immunes, and it gets lots of damage from your lightning traps, so it's a good option. Yeah, I like the old orb soak. I made a few of those in my time. I like the discipline, you know, because you have to judge your distance. You have to sweet spot your orbs, you know. I like doing that. Plus, they're really cheap to make. Do you play hardcore? No, same here. So yeah, pretty straightforward then. Traps, you know, trapper, just pump your traps. And then end game, you got a lot of stuff to aim for then. You know, I think the next reset should be around June or something. But by then, Resurrected might be out. So, you know, I think it's be a good class to for your first character for Resurrected if the assassin is available on launch. I get the feeling though. Oh yeah, I've been playing it a long time. So, you guys are probably looking forward to Diablo 2 Resurrected then, yeah? Yeah, it should solve the bots problem, because everybody will need a Battle.net account, so you can actually, you know, you might be able to do something about them. Yeah. I just hope they fix all the little niggles that no one seems to realise about, you know. But yeah, do you know, I think because it's Blizzard, I think what they're going to do is they're going to do it like... They'll do Diablo 2 Resurrected, and you won't have access to the assassin. And then they'll do like Lord of Destruction Resurrected. Something like that. I don't know, I didn't get in the beta, so I don't know if they were like rune words and stuff. But knowing Blizzard, I mean, even since this version, they've been like that, trying to milk you for your money. Add an extra 10 levels and 2 classes and charge you the price of a full game, you know. I can't see them changing their ways. Diablo 3. Die. There we go. Yeah, as you can see, kicks need a bit of, they don't do massive damage, so you need other mods to break like the last bit of health on Bale. So I was using this on my mercenary, and that was, you know, was making short work of bosses. I was getting annoyed by not having any mana, so I switched back to insight. Yeah, it's good. But when you like use kicks and traps, you know, mana. I mean, it wasn't much of a problem. Yeah, he's got treachery, but I haven't found 2 Gillam's faces yet, so he's wearing that. And I'm wearing the Gillam's because I need the crushing blow. But that's kind of so because I can switch in between that and the Reapers and mess around, see which I prefer, you know. He didn't drop me anything, did he? Like he dropped me a normal unique. Oh, vampire bone gloves. Well, actually, maybe I'll craft those. Yeah, I know these guys that pay, you know, spends like ists on 40 rubies and all that jazz, but it's a good way to use up. You're right about the space, it does, but you can get some good, I've made some good stuff along the way, really useful. The blood recipes are really useful. And even like when you end up with something not so great, it can be useful, you know. Yeah, you have to do it. You have to gamble them at 93 to have the best. Gamble them at 93, and then they've all got the. They can all have +2 skills then. There's no point trying to craft amulets before that. Yeah. Yeah, I went through a phase. But, you know, you could... I've had, you know, over the years I've had some really good luck, you know, like 2 skills, 20 faster cast rate. Yeah, yeah. Leveling past 93 is... I mean, leveling to 93 is too much of a chore if you're trying to do it legit. You know, and even then, you've still got to join bot battle runs, you know, because they're the only ones that are fast and regular. If you try and do it, you know, these days, I most of the time I don't even bother. Yeah, if you've got a good Annie, but for me it starts to become a chore now after about 90, 91, it just takes too long. Even in fast battle runs, you know. What, in Resurrected? I don't know. See, was that was that came after? It was something they added much later on, wasn't it? I don't know. I mean, supposedly Resurrected is just a you know, a paint job on the same engine. Yeah. We'll have to see. I think perhaps they'll... yeah. I don't... Yeah, it won't be based on selling SOJs anymore. But whether it'll be in the... I don't know. Yeah, it's a difficult one to work, isn't it? Because I don't know. Maybe they'll base it on how many, you know, like boss kills or something and then it'll still be like server based, but it'll be how many times a boss has been killed or something like that. I don't know if they'll have it right at the very start though.
Good evening.
So, which are you based in Europe or in the US? Yeah. So do you play on like US East or US West? So I did play on US East for a while because I had a friend who's, you know, he's American. So we used to take it in turns. So like one lad he'd play on EU, and the next one I'd play on US. It was just so laggy. Good laugh though. Oh, it's so ridiculous. I mean, it's bad enough even just on EU. I mean, look, you know, I've got decent connection. Yeah, but spiking as well. You know, you get these spikes, and you know the kind of the kind of spikes you can only get in Diablo 2. So you go up to 1,000, and you have to go and sit in town to calm this temper down. Yeah, well, I mean, I expect so. I expect it'll probably just be randoms. But I do know a couple of people who played this back in the day, and then, you know, just didn't moved on to Warcraft and stuff. You know, they'll probably play Resurrected. So, yeah, maybe. But I think Resurrected is going to be a different animal anyway. This is, for me, this game is, you know, you mostly play as solo. But Resurrected is going to be I think it's going to encourage the kind of group play a bit more, you know. There you go, look. Those are good to look out for if you make a trapper. 3 traps amulet. You can get circlets with 3 traps on them as well. You get obscene numbers with your traps. I wonder if they'll restrict it like they did, you know, like with you know, the EU and the US. Yeah, I mean, it's just basic gear. I've been messing around with I was using a wizspike. For the resistances. So I was using that because with a kicker, yeah, you know, you don't even need any mana leech, even without insight. But with a kicker, you can get, so you just need like a bit of crushing blow, and you're good. So the weapon, it's yeah. Gauze are expensive, this ladder, for some reason. No, Shadow... I could only see one guy trading Shadow Dancers, and they were 2 decks. No, sorry, 24 decks, 2 skill. So one deck's off perfect. And he was still trading them today. And when I went in there yesterday, he said like the last offer was 2 high runes. So it's like, you know... if I've got high runes, I'll be making an Enigma, do you know what I mean? Not spending them on boots. Gauze are just as good for a PVM kicker. You know, dancers, they're more of a PvP boot, you know. But obviously, if money's no object, then well, again, I'm kind of messing. So I'm using a Mara's at the moment. Believe it or not, I had to pay 2ist for that, for 22 res. But I was using a cat's eye. You know, for a trapper it'd be different. You would use something like that, you know. But for a kicker, it's a bit different. And rings, obviously, you cannot be frozen because you're in melee range a lot. And then I've been messing around with... it's a bit more than I'm used to be honest. I think everything's just a little bit more expensive, this ladder, on well, I mean, prices between EU and US might be different anyway. So I got a bunch of rings that I've been swapping between depending on the gear. Ah, I can wear that now because I leveled up. Okay. So I might do that. 25 strength is pretty good. I think it's, in fact, I think it's the maximum you can get on a ring. So yeah, just mess with, you know, dwarf star, manals, depending on what I need. With the insight, I'm using Drax, but when I put the Reapers on him, I was using these instead. They're just a random drop, they were. And then that run there, I was trying out the Bartok, because I only just bought the Maras this evening. So before that, I didn't really have the very good res, you know. But now I can kind of get away with not using the wizspike. So I thought I'd try Bartoks. It takes me all the way up to six kicks, which can be a handicap in some situations.
Impossible.
Yeah, Arachnid's it's a good choice. I mean, for a trapper, yeah, that's the one you need. For a kicker, it's a bit different because you need like strength and also not so much. Only for Mind Blast. Do you mean assassins in general? Yeah, it does. Yeah. I mean, again, like for PVM, for just like general, you know, magic find and stuff, not really. But yeah, your Mind Blast is based on cast rate, and your Cloak of Shadows. Trap laying is attack speed, though. So you know, depending on your build, you need a mixture of both. Because like if you're going to PvP, you need high mind blast and you need good car straight for it, but also you need the max trap lane speed as well. But the thing is, you get as long as you can cover your resistances, you've got burst of speed with enough plus skills. You know, you can get your like on my switch, so I've got 1 point burst of speed, and on my switch I don't have much plus skills. I'm already at 12, so that's like already like 47 increased attack speed when it's active. So, you know, but if you prefer to use fade, then you're gonna have to get attack speed gear, either jewels in your claws, or you know, whatever. Oh, all my pots disappeared, look. So yeah. But yeah, I just picked up, you know, I kept forgetting the ladder had reset. And then about, I don't know, a month or so ago, I thought, oh, I know, I'll reinstall D2. So, you know. I need a mule. But yeah, you caught me in a transitional phase. Nah, not really. I used to, a little bit. Not major. Just random, you know, like if I was, you know, the odd duel game, but I don't know, you just, even on ladder, the people that do it are all the people with the bots, and they got like the good gear, and it's just, you know, it's just an exercise in frustration, and I don't really play non-ladder. Oh, what, with an assassin? Yeah. What, bow or javs? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's, even on ladder, you see, like, if you go, like, if I go out of this game here now, I've cleared everything I wanted to clear. Let's see, bot run, bot run, bot run, bot run, bot run, bot run, bot run. And then you look in them, and you know, 95, 97, these are the people, you know, with all the gear. Pretty irritating, really. But what are you going to do? Personally, I prefer to, like, yeah, hopefully, I like to try and, you know, use what I find and, like, kind of, you know, make a build as efficient as I can with, like, stuff that, you know, legit stuff, you know. But, you know, if I was going to PvP, I think I would exclusively play a fireball soak, because they're cheap to make, and they yeah. I like to build. I like to build them, get them where I want them to be. Yeah. See, again, like, if you're with a group of people, that's great and everything, but I did, you know, for a couple of years. I did the Ubers and stuff, but I just found it was just a pain in the ass getting the keys. Then you know you go through all that trouble. And it's like an 11:11, like, you know, druid torch drops, and it's just like, oh, I went through all that for that, and people, you know, and it's not, they're not worth anything, you know. If you get lucky and like a 2020 soak torch drops, then great, your quid's in. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's great. Did you make loads of money then? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I remember there was one ladder. It was just ridiculous. There was like, I had so many Annies. I had mules. Like, I had to make more mules for the amount of Annies, the amount of Diablo walks. It was just insane. And then, you know, the next ladder, you just don't find one. He doesn't walk for you all ladder. You know. And I used to do all that. Did you ever do that thing where you follow like the IRC channel? And they tell you what server he's going to pop on, and then you go in your settings and do a trace route and keep creating a game until you get on the server. I used to do that. It did work as well. I got a couple of Annies, you know. Yeah. I remember when I was new to the game and I didn't know where he was, and he just appeared in the frigid highlands. And yeah, it was mad. I was at Javison, and I was lucky that I had thunderstrokes, because the minus res on those is enough for declone. Otherwise, you know, if you don't have any minus res, it's quite hard for a Javison. Yeah. Yeah, minus 15 light res on the thunderstrokes. He went down quite easily. But I didn't even know where he was. It was just so weird. It's like, you know. Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, easy. I mean, I could do declone with this character easy. You know, life tap, open wounds, crushing blow. Easy peasy. But I wouldn't take this build like this into Uber Tristram. You want stacked lightning res, don't you? Right. Yeah. That's what I used to make a 1 point smiter for the Ubers. Probably a very similar build. And then you can just make him more efficient then as you get better, more wealth. I think by the end of one ladder I had him. He had like yeah, they do insane damage. I remember I had one with had fortitude and grief. I think the shield was like a sanctuary in a high res power shield. So nothing major. And he had gill arms. So gill arms, grief, and fortitude. And it's just like, yeah, it was like one shot in the ancients. In, you know, people that you join games where people need help with the ancients. So you join like, you know, multiplayer games, and he's just like two shot in him. It's just insane. But not a very good character to run around the game with, you know. Quite slow. Especially when you know, like where all the maggots around your feet in the in a river of flame. Just annoying. Yeah. But you know, if you've got the money, you may as well, isn't it? Yeah, I consider myself incredibly lucky if I find a high rune. There's a couple of places where I usually find, like, Tower level 5, some of the uniques that spawn there in the side rooms. I think I've had a few high runes there over the years. And then Chaos Sanctuary, obviously. And Bale. But yeah, they're so random, you know, high runes. Like Ancient Tunnels, I remember one lad, I found a bunch of ohms in the Ancient Tunnels. But then I haven't found anything in Ladders and Ladders since. So, you know. Yeah. But gulls, you know, I find gulls quite a lot. They tend to pop out of chests quite a lot. You open a random chest and a gull will pop out, you know. So I already found like 3. I cubed one into a Vex. See, that's the thing. I gave for that Maras, I gave the guy a Vex and he gave me an Ist back. So it's really, it's in my mind that's 4 Ists and a Vex. But they trade him for 3, you know. So in my mind, I paid 3 Ist for it. But you try telling that to these people swimming in high rooms. Yeah. For call to arms, yeah. I mean, is it Sir runes? Is it 2 Sir runes? Is it 2 Sirs for a bear? Yeah. Yeah, or you know, the same thing goes for like if someone's offering a gull and they want Istmal, you know. That tends to be the common one. I'll always take that trade. And then, you know, all it takes then is one of these little rubies. You've got yourself a Vex, you know. Oh yeah, well, on a sorceress. Yeah. I mean, that's quite a good money maker in itself. I remember I did that for yeah. Assassin's quite good for running D keys, by the way, because Death Sentry just popped. Nilithek can't pop anything if they've already been popped, so it can be quite straightforward. If you got teleports in, trap, Death Sentry, boom, the room's cleared. And obviously, you know, even before you get teleported, they're quite good because you can just use fade for the damage reduction and stuff. I did a lot of key running for a couple of ladders. I didn't, you know... Yeah. Corpse explosion hurts. But yeah, people pay for key sets. So it's a good thing to do even if you don't, you know, if you're not bothered about getting the organs or running Tristram in there. I sell them cheap usually. I find if you need a quick lem room here and there, you know, selling the odd a couple of keys is a good way to... People always want them, you know. Oh, I'm gonna need space, look. Yeah, a lot of people do that. I see a lot of trade rooms where people are offering multiple keys for one D key. I have to make another mule.
Good day.
Right. Yeah, well I figured, you know, at this stage, I mean, no one really cares, no one's really interested. But you know, there's always someone, isn't there, that might try and, you know, you might be in a game, declone will pop, you know, and someone might like come in, you know, come in and nick your Annie, you know. It's better to be cautious. Yeah. It was pretty straightforward to do as well. You know how to do it, right? Just make like a second layer with like a really low resolution, and then you have to use like instead of just like, yeah, you have to, instead of like where you would normally drag the corners, you have to press Alt while you're doing it, and then it crops it. So you stream Diablo, do you? Okay. Well, I'll have to have a watch of the of your stream. Yeah, but most botters they're in bed while their bot is running, isn't they? Or they're in school. They just set it up, let it run for hours, come back and reap all the loot. That's what gets my goat. Oh yeah, okay. That's quite cool. What did you use to kill them? Yeah.
I am overburdened.
I know some people like to use, was it Farcast on a Javazon to PK people. Can you even do that anymore? I don't think it works anymore, does it? Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually looking forward to doing a bit of PvP in Resurrected. It should be a bit more of a level playing field. Now these claws here, these are quite rare. It's rare to get 40% increased attack speed with 3 sockets. The secondary mods don't really matter. But that's a good, decent PvP kicker claw, those. You just stick 3 runes in it for... I think I just answered, didn't I? Because you want open wounds for... is the big thing for PvP kickers. So you just chuck 3 runes in there. And then those are just keeping that for when I've got 6 perfect skulls. Just every time I've got 6 skulls, just gonna keep re-rolling that as a project.
I can't.
Right, I'm gonna check all these jewels are going on the other mule. That's gonna be my jewel mule. And then everything else can come over here. Good. I like that. It's, you know, I like it. It's proactive. Instead of just moaning about the bots, you actually, you know, you did something about them, which is pretty cool. Well, you know, the thing about that is there's plenty of other bot games, aren't there? So they can always... yeah, quite right too. But you don't do it anymore, you just what do you do now when you're streaming? Ubers. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's like I didn't know about when I decided to make another character and come onto this ladder. I didn't even know about resurrected. So I probably would have got bored and stopped by now. Yeah, what as a sorceress? Yeah, sorceresses are fast. All you really need is a bunch of sapphires, don't you? Helm, armor, and then you're good to go with a sorceress. But yeah, I enjoy doing that. I enjoy starting from scratch. So the end of ladder, it doesn't matter what gear I've got. I've had some great gear over the years. The character just gets, some of it I'll give away, and then the character gets deleted. So next ladder, everything's a clean slate, you know. And I like the challenge of getting your character to hell just through what you find, you know. And once I'm in hell, I'll start trading then, but up until then, there's no point. Yeah. I mean, over the years I've thought, you know, God, why did I do that? I mean, I've had some like awesome stuff. One ladder I had this, I had a Nova sorceress. And I had this ethereal CTA on Switch, perfect roll as well. In a ethereal war staff, is that the war staff? With like the perfect mods on it, like the energy shield and stuff. It was just unbelievable. And yeah, just gone. You know. For a while I did keep them on ladder, but I never played them, so it's just no point. And in the end I just deleted them, you know. Yeah. It's the rares, you know, like the rare diadems, or you know, the interesting ethereal stuff that you make, you know. They're the stuff that you kind of regret. Or like, as I say, I used to craft amulets, like +2, 20% faster cast rates kind of stuff. You think, well, you know, they're the real uniques, so it's like, you know, but at the end of the day, if you're not using them,
I am overburdened.
and they're on non-ladder, and you don't play non-ladder, then there's really no point in keeping them at all. Right. Open more space. There we go. I was thinking of making a crescent moon in that. Oh, you never know when you're going to need them. Crafting is a good example. And like, you know, an L rune. The other day, I spent like over an hour trying to get an L rune because I had when you have like a cracked armor, like this was a cracked armor, and you put it in a cube with an L rune and a chip gem. It fixes it, and it re-rolls the defense. So this was cracked and it had like 300 defense, but when I did that, it made it into 500 defense. And the reason you do that is because it sets the item level to 1, so it can't have 4 sockets anymore, only 3 as a maximum. So it basically raises your chances to get 3 sockets then. So I had a 500 defense Archon that I knew wasn't going to get like 4. So, you know, I mean, it could have got 1 socket, but you know, it's 33% is better than 25% chance. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. And at the time, I needed a base for duress. I found I was still quite, I don't know, I think I was in my 70s or something. So I found a cracked Archon, which is the first Archon I saw. But I didn't have an L rune. I spent like an hour trying to get an L rune off normal Countess. So that's why, you know, keep the lower runes. Just, you know, because you never know. Oh, she was a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. And then when I finally got one, I went into hell. And then within the first few mobs, one of them dropped an L rune. Honest to God, I wanted to bite my desk. So yeah, that's why I keep them. You know, and RAL runes you can repair stuff with, and yeah, it's really good. For tower level 5, it's really good experience in every difficulty level. I think it's a level 87 area, isn't it? Level 5. Like the pits and Worldstone and all that jazz. Yeah, the thing is, you don't really need an L rune. Like when you're low. I can't think of one time I've ever needed an L rune before I was in like hell. You know what I mean? You don't need them. Oh yeah, yeah. What do you use for regen on him though? Oh, you use the Merc with regen, yeah. Yeah, but that's got life drain on it, hasn't it, Malice? So you must be using the Merc with the life regen as an aura. Yeah, they do. Yeah, it's the combat Merc, isn't it? Yeah, combat has prayer, which is life regen. So if you're using that with Malice, that's probably why you haven't noticed it. If you use Malice without any life regen, his life's gonna like drain away, even in town. you'll find him dead. I don't bother. What I usually do before I get I use the the bow merc, the 3-socket bow with like chipped topaz in it. That seems to work, and I'll usually use that a little bit into Act 2 as well, until I can find a pole arm with sockets, and then I'll put whatever floored gems I've got into that. And then take, Gulzar or Emilio or, whoever. But yeah, I know that prayer is normal because he's the one that, if you put insight on him, it synergizes with the prayer, doesn't it? So the life regen is even better if you stick an insight on a prayer merc. If you do that, you don't even need poison res then. Yeah. Well, as a sorceress, you're making leaf, aren't you? So you should be shopping. What's her name? This woman here.
Greetings.
Kara. For a 2-socket one of these with like warmth and fireball on. That's what I usually do. Yeah, it's such a good leaf is like such an awesome little rune word. And if you spend some time shopping the right little stuff, you can have like, you cover your warmth and it's great. That plus a few like sapphires and firebolt, and that's your mana. You don't have to worry about mana. And then it maybe a tier rune, for some mana per kill. And you're sorted, aren't you? You're making me want to make a sork now. It's all coming back to me. Yeah. Yeah. I seem to get quite lucky early on with 4-socket crystal swords. They usually come quite early for me. But it was one ladder where I think, I've ended up having to like trade one because they just couldn't go under drop at all. But usually I'm really lucky. I had a spirit early on in this ladder because spirit is like pretty much the best leveling weapon for an assassin. Kicker or trapper, doesn't matter, really. It's got everything. It's even got life leech, I think. Bizarrely, it works great for a kicker. With what? With a mod? Oh right. We've all been there in some, I've made rune words, and it's been in the wrong item, and I'm thinking, oh, hang on a minute, why hasn't that worked? And then you look online, it should be a sword instead of whatever I made it in. I think we've all done that. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm exactly the same. You don't want to get that, you know, them just slightly the wrong way round and mess, especially if it involves like a high rune, you know. Yeah, I used to love the Ariat Summit, you know, that site. Had everything like one place, all the crafting recipes, all the... It was like really nicely laid out. But it doesn't seem to... The upkeep of that site doesn't seem so good anymore. Try loading that site on your phone. It's not very good. You can still... I've still got some old bookmarks that go directly to it. I think it was like the official... it was like the official Blizzard resource, wasn't it? No. Ah. Do you know, I think I may have come across that. Has that been around for a while? Yeah, I may have I think I've come across it in the past. I think what I was going to do with this one now was, do you know the Rift rune word? The one which chance to cast Frozen Orb. It's got magic damage on it. That was my plan for this. But now I want a 4-socket War Scepter. Now they're not dropping. I didn't want one, they were all over the place. Or I could make a Crescent Moon, but I haven't got a tier rune. So yeah, when you caught me, I was just, you know, in a transitional phase, transitioning between the Wizard Spike and the Cat's Eye, to the Mara's and a new weapon, which I haven't decided yet. And obviously I was still mucking around between Reapers and Insight with the Drax. So yeah, once I've made that decision, I should have a bit more space to yeah, relatively. I was. I've stopped now. For a bit. Yeah. That's the thing with Diablo, innit? Like you start and then before you know it, the whole evening's gone. I started around like supper time or tea or whatever you call it, where you're from, and a few runs, and then of course you sit there, like it's running, but yeah, but also it's like when you're just like looking through the trade channels and stuff, or muling, and then you go off and you make it like a, you know, it's not like a game where you're always playing. You know, you have to be careful not to time out mines sometimes. This is a mule. This was still my mule room, wasn't it? Yeah. So. Might as well get to a bit of gambling. Nah, I mean that would be, I wouldn't, if it was that, I wouldn't show it. I'd have another blur going on.
Good day.
Yeah. Because it makes them, player count makes the Ubers harder as well, doesn't it? Yeah, see, you can tell I haven't been doing this led along because I still don't have a guide, so I'm still relying on my bow to get some money off gambling. I thought it did. So there's. Are you sure? You sure there's like a set difficulty? Yeah. To be honest, I don't. Unless it's. For me, the important stat is the minus 15 gold, because I like to combine it with this bow, you know, and get like 30% off. I found the best way to find a gate is just to not to have any magic find at all. That's when they tend to drop. Yeah, it depends, doesn't it? If you're like a dedicated, if you just like running bosses, like if I make a soak for like to run Mephisto, I'll pile on the magic find, you know, because you need it with bosses. But if you're just doing area clear, you don't need much at all, because it's all about the quantity, isn't it? Did you see in Resurrected they're adding a refresh button to the gambling, so you don't have to do this stupid escape gamble rubbish. I'm not. I don't know about I didn't read about the trade, normal trade window. That'd be good, wouldn't it? Because that would mean that you could shop clothes from Anya without having to leave the port, without having to leave Pindle's portal up. So you could get the waypoint for like Nilithek and still shop clothes effectively, you know? That's an interesting point there. Do you think it'll be released in the next couple of months? I don't think it will. God, it's a long time to wait, isn't it? It's another, well, it's practically another ladder season, isn't it? If it resets like in, yeah. Was it December it reset last? Yeah, December. They'll do it then anyway because of Christmas, you know. Yeah, I did. So I opted in. I opted in for the alpha as well, but I didn't get in. I mean, obviously, if I got in, I'd be streaming that, you know. Or at least playing it. What, in Resurrected? That must have been gutting for Blizzard. So what were they duplicating? Ah. Well, I guess it's good that, you know, that's ridiculous, isn't that? That's pretty close to how Dupin used to work in this game, isn't it? Yeah, the thing is, because it's just a facelift on the same game, really. They've said that themselves. I guess it's good that it's come out now. So if you know about it, then Blizzard knows about it. So hopefully they'll fix it. You know, if they're going to charge money for this new version, they're going to have to fix all the shit that they haven't fixed it for like 20 years, you know? I mean, it gets my goat, because if they can, you know, if they can add a refresh button to the gambling screen, then they could have done it in this, couldn't they? They could have done it in this like 15 years ago. It's the same engine, it's just a graphical facelift. Why didn't they add it in this? You know, it's a bit of a slap in the face. So they can add it in with a new one and then charge you money for it. But this old one won't get the refresh button. It's a bit, you know, as they say where you're from, it's a bit of a dick move. No, I don't think so. No, I don't think they do that because this is still for sale. You can still buy this game. They won't do that. I don't know about that. I don't know. I mean, for a start, the system requirement, you might have people who play on like an old iMac or something. They might not even be able to play the new version. So you'll have those people. Exactly. And then you get the people who are, you know, PvP and they got like multiple accounts running at the same time and things like that. And there are some pluses to the age of this game. But yeah, I think there'll be a bit of a mass exodus, but it won't be everyone. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but bots and me. Yeah, I think yeah, it could be quite interesting. Do you because I've got Diablo 3 and I just can, you know, I've tried a couple of times to really, you know, really get stuck into it, and you know, I just end up so bored. There's just no, you feel the same at level 1 as you do at like level 70, you know. Yeah, it's just, you know, it's pretty and everything, but they, you know, they missed the point. Because of course this was, you know, by Blizzard North, which is, they became Runic games, and they made the Torchlight games. So the people who made the Torchlight games made this, not Blizzard. Yeah, Blizzard just, they didn't, when they made Diablo 3, they just didn't quite get it, did they? It didn't have that ingredient, you know? Yeah, the auction house. Didn't last long, did it? Yeah, I tried. Was it one ladder? I kind of really tried to get stuck into it, and I played Demon Hunter. I had this like overpowered set, and then you start doing the what are they called, where the level goes up. You go through the portal. Can't even remember what they're called. And you try and get higher and higher. It was just boring. It was, you know, it was very pretty, lots of fireworks, but yeah. Some nice jewellery, but again, nothing, I don't know. It's all about the sets, isn't it, in that game, really? Yeah, that's true. That is true. But only because they seem to have learned their lesson. Remember that when they announced like that mobile Diablo game and everybody went apeshit? Remember? All stood up in the auditorium booing, yeah. They just, you know, I think they were, up to that point, they were a bit oblivious to what they were doing. That kind of showed them, didn't it? And then it was a couple of months later they announced Diablo 4 can be all dark. It's like, oh yeah, you just got your ass handed to you, didn't you? You know. So yeah, I'm quite... Diablo 4 is an interesting prospect for me. I like the trailer quite a lot. Is it Lilith? There's Lilith in there in the trailer. As a boss. It's going to be quite good. Yeah. So I think what's going to happen is, like, Diablo 2 Resurrected is going to come out, and it's going to have a really good, lots of players for a little, and then Diablo 4 is going to come out, and then Diablo 2 Resurrected is just going to, like, empty. Because I think Diablo 4, they're going to go with the same kind of vibe. The bots only get away with it really on this because of the old system. With everything tied to the new BattleNet, with Diablo Resurrected, I think it's going to be a lot harder for the botters, isn't it? Yeah, fingers crossed. Right, so I might re-roll that, just like once. Yeah, I've done... Well, I mean, I don't know about US prices, so it might be different on your server, but here, on this lad, I don't know, prices are weird this season. Normally they're worth about pull, but I should imagine this season they're probably worth a bit more, maybe an rune. You can't tell. This ladder has just like thrown me for a loop. And I think it's because of Resurrected. People have like come in and it's just, I mean, the prices are just, yeah, they're just really ridiculous, especially high runes. They seem to be a lot more than they usually are. For what, for a 7MF? Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I would say so. I would say that's at least it's quite a bit more than they're actually worth, unless they got a second mod. If you're talking about one with resistances, then that's a different story. But yes, usually they never used to be that much. Usually, like 7MF was like a pull rune. You know, anything less than that, I usually just trade as, you know, because you often find like a bunch of 5s or 6s. I usually just sell those for like a lem rune. People will buy them, and if they don't, I'll sell like 2 at the same time, you know. They're usually about an rune. It depends. I don't think there's many fire soaks this ladder on EU. because I got like a 5/5 fire die. I can't give the bloody thing away. But I think the facets aren't so good, are they, for fire soaks? Because of fire mastery or whatever. Well, that's different, isn't it? That's like a pallet combat skill. They're like an ist, aren't they? Maybe I don't know. Maybe a mal if you like really lucky. But usually, like lightning, for a soak, trap skiller for assassin, they're usually like more expensive. And then you got pallet combat skillers. I don't know, are they on the same level as lightning? I think they usually are, aren't they? If they're plain, I think it's the same. Yeah. And then at the bottom of the heap, you've got like necro curses skillers, which you may as well just sell straight away. Yeah, but you find there's always someone that will want them, but you won't get much for them, you know. But yeah, I think I actually had a fire skiller drop, and I did sell it for an rune, so it must be those kind of prices must. Yeah, the thing is, everything's been done, hasn't it? All the wacky builds have been done. If you do enough searching, you can find, you know. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's very true. You might be able to offload all the rubbish that normally you wouldn't be able to sell. Yeah, for instance. And this is why I pick certain things up, because you never know. So, you know, I'm still kind of, if I see an ethereal thundermaul, I can't just leave it. I have to pick it up, because you never know. There's always that one guy who wants to make a charger. You know, maybe even me. Maybe I'll make that charger. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, 6-socket phase blades are pretty popular anyway. For, you know, last wish. They're quite easy to get shift usually. 5 for grief, yeah, but people make last wish as well, don't they? People swimming in high runes. But usually they want superior. They want 6-socket with enhanced damage, you know. Yeah, I think it's just that grief is a much more popular rune word, that's all. There's even some wacky people who make call to arms in 5-socket phase blades. It does happen. But yeah, you always got to I keep, you know, 5-socket flail, 5-socket crystal sword. You always keep those things because someone always wants one. Yeah, it depends. If there's enhanced damage on it, then you're looking at a lot more. But because from Lazark you're going to get 6 sockets, so like a 5 socket one. That's why sometimes people will pay a bit more, because it's harder to get. You can only get it by cubing or dropping. Whereas 6 sockets, it's a little bit harder to shift, because most people would just prefer to buy like a plain one with no sockets but with 8, and then give it to Lazark for the 6 sockets, you know. Yeah. Yep. But everything's got its use, you know. Which is why I keep all this, you know, stuff. Because you never know when you're going to need a shale rune. Never know when you're going to need like a thull rune or whatever. Obviously I don't go overboard. But you know, upgrading items, you always need a diamond. Socketing armors, you're always going to need a topaz. And then, you know, socketing helms, need a sapphire. So I always keep this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I cube IOs up to fouls and stuff. It's IO, Lum, Co, and then foul, is it? And then Lem, isn't it? 3 fouls, Lem, and then you're starting to look healthy then. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna... Yeah. Yeah. Which is why you keep... I always keep a, you know, a flawed diamond, topaz, and an amethyst. Because those are the 3 for the old pull and mal ist route. And then a ruby, because sometimes you have a couple of gulls, you know. But I always keep, because every now and again you think, oh, you know, I'll need an am rune. I won't have one, but I'll have like 3 thulls. So I always try and keep a chipped topaz, and usually I've got a chipped emerald in there as well, because I don't, you know, I cube dolls into hells. I don't really, never have much need for doll runes, but I used to go through a lot of hell runes, socket in and unsocket in and stuff, you know. But I notice I don't have a chipped emerald. Why is that? I have to remember to pick the next one up. Yeah, because I haven't found, I've yet to find a decent monarch. But yeah, that's usually what I do as well. Once I get a monarch, I do pretty much the same thing until I get a perfect spirit. You know, and then I either use it or I sell it, you know. It's one of the good things about ladder, really, isn't it? Spirit. I don't know, I'm confident, like pretty much every ladder I usually get an ohm rune through a drop. So as far as CTA is concerned, I should be alright, but yeah, you just hang on to it. If you think you might make a trapper, just hang on to spirit. It's useful to have. Yeah. I was going to make a Hoto. I had the Vex. I was going to make Hoto, and I thought, well, because, you know, I could have sold it, but then I thought, well, if it's a crap roll, you don't get your Vex back, you know, in terms of value. And plus, I wouldn't have used it. So in the end, I just bought the Maras instead. But that Vex came from 2 gulls. Vex didn't drop for me. I had the cube 2 gulls, you know. The joys of playing legit, you know. Yeah, but that's the thing. See, I'm still relying on the wizard spike, but I'm getting there. And I thought a Hoto would be a good kind of middle ground, because it's basically just like a glorified wizard spike, you know. With slightly less res, but more skills. Plus it's got mana leech, which is actually quite a good bonus. Yeah. Yeah. But in the end, I just felt it wasn't necessary. I've kept that. Sometimes you see people, they want a ethereal flail for Hoto. So if I find one, I always keep it. There's always someone that wants one. Me, sometimes. You know, I mean, if you're not hitting with it, you know, it looks quite good. And also, it means that you could have your CTA in a flail as well, and you wouldn't get confused. You know? It depends. If you want to use the charges on there of like oak, whatever it is, then yeah, obviously don't make an ethereal one. But most people just want the skills and the res and the cast rate. So, you know. Ethereal's kind of classy, isn't it? They're all merged, are they? Is that not just a alpha or beta thing? I mean, that might be more. See, I'm used to that. being in Europe, you're always on like a Europe server, which means France, Germany, Spain, you know, you name it. There's a ton of languages. But you might not be used to it being from the US. But I don't think they'll merge. I think US will still have separate servers to Europe. So I don't think you'll have to worry. But yeah, for Europe it's going to be business as usual. You know, we've been dealing with that for years. Yeah, but there's cross-platform play, so you can play with, but you need to own it on. You need to own the console version to like do it or something. Am I right? I'm sure that's what I read. I don't know, I can't remember, I read something, it didn't make, it was a bit weird, it didn't make much sense, but I'll have to double check. Look at this. Bot. There you go. Let's see. What's the odds that level 97 Amazon was the one taking all the years? See, if I had a pull, I'd go in there, but I haven't. Yeah, I used to. They have separate channels. I used to follow. It's like op something. I used to follow, and then they have a countdown to the next bot, don't they? It's a good way to level. But ultimately you get a bit sick of it. It's quite a bit of a soul destroying thing when you're not botting, when you're not using a bot to follow the bot runs, and you start to realise that you're the only human in those runs. It's a bit soul destroying. Yeah, but it's been like it for years, and it just seems like more now because there's less actual, like, legit players left. But with Resurrected on the horizon, I don't know, it seems to be changing. I think the time is a consideration here, because you can see on the screen it's like 1:05. So that's why it's like, now it's devolved into bot runs. Yeah, Picket. Is that the one they use? Picket? Yeah. Yeah, I was about to say, always check the vendor at the end of the run. Find some decent charms and things occasionally. Yeah. It'd be nice to be that rich, wouldn't it? You just like vendor stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. Where's the bot? They've got their bot set to do it, haven't they? Yeah. I mean, the game was only 4 years old then as well, wasn't it? I mean, I say only, that's like still quite old. This game is just in a different league, really.
Put that to good use.
Battle.net. It's pretty much all digital now, isn't it? If you buy it on the official Blizzard site, you just if you got if you've got an old copy and you've still got the key, you know, in the booklet, you can transfer, just register on the site. Then you don't need like the discs anymore. You can just. Oh, I see. Well, did you get them from a third-party seller by any chance? Yeah, I'm on my first. This is my first copy I ever bought. I'm on the same key. I've still got the case and the CD and everything. I just registered the key on Battle.net, and now I don't need the discs. Just download it. Download the installer. Were they legit keys, Kaznak, or were they from like a third party? Yeah. Yeah, I think they recycle them, don't they? So when they're selling them, they'll check, like, you know, is this one active? If it's not active, then they'll sell it and someone else will, you know, you use it, and that's that. You're done, isn't it? Yeah. I'm pretty sure I did the same thing once. When I wanted 2 accounts, I bought a second one cheap. Do you mean yeah, but the thing is, you can, yeah, the modded servers, you can just use like pirated copies anyway, can't you? I think so. Yeah, you will need a a new key. Yeah. It's not that expensive. I think it goes on sale quite a bit as well. Yeah, there's quite a big player base for... I'm trying to think of the name of the... Is it Diablo? I can't remember. Anyway, there's like a modded server, and you've got like all the... no, that's a newer one, isn't it? Because it's like a play on Path of Exile. But there's one that's been around for years, but I can't remember the name of it. Did you ever try that? Did you ever try Path of Exile? Yeah, but I think you can get the battle chest might be cheaper. Yeah, I tried it. I don't know. Finding the problem with those games, and I found the same thing with Diablo 3. They just feel a bit. It just felt a bit slow. I'd rather play Torchlight 2 or even Torchlight 1. You know, they just feel a bit faster. I mean, Torchlight 2 is basically Diablo 2 Resurrected, just with added werewolves. A great game. I should probably stream some sometime, actually. Yeah, I remember looking at the skill system for Path of Exile. It looks like a map of a galaxy or something. Mental. I didn't get far enough into it to try the crafting. See, I need my insight. Otherwise I'm just got no mana. I know what to do.
Hello.
Yes?
The Order welcomes you.
54 life is more than 25 strength. There it is. Is it? Yeah, there. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, have you tried, what's it called? The one that's based on the Titan Quest engine. The one they keep releasing expansion after expansion for. I can't remember what it's called. Grim something? Grim Dawn. Is that it? I think it is. I think it's Grim Dawn. Anyway, it's supposed to be good, but there's like 3 or 4 expansions for the bloody thing now, and plus I read that it's basically the same old Titan Quest engine. Yeah, it's kind of you can really mess around with the gear. You can just change gear and it'll like still work, which is basically what I'm doing. I'm not. See, I think I prefer the insight. Because mana is, especially areas like this where it's all skeletons, mana, you know, you need to like, I'm relying on the mana from a big mana pool rather than leech, you know, which is another way to approach it. Which is something that wizard spike is good for. So yeah, it's all about the death sentry. As long as you can kick a few things down, death sentry does the rest. So you just kind of synergize it with lightning sentry. That's the only synergy apart from fire blast. And then you're free to mess around with the others. Because I take mind blast because I prefer the crowd control to be mine instead of my shadow master. Shadow master can be a bit annoying. 1 point in Mind Blast, and then I was trying out, and obviously you want 1 in Dragonflight, kicks to your taste, and with this one I decided to try maxing Venom, but I'm going to respec and take that out. So you know, once you got your base, you got about like 25 skill points you can just mess around with and put them away. Make the build your own. Most people just use, you know, synergize lightning sentry, but I wanted to get away from that.
Good evening.
Help you?
You can see here, so sometimes it's detrimental, so like the wizspike, I got 5 kicks, right? But then if I put the Bartux on, it goes up to 6. But I was finding like 6, you kind of, your legs up in the air for a bit too long. And so things which cast, explode into poison when they die, you end up getting poisoned because you're still kicking when they die. So it's a balancing act. So that the higher you get and the more plus skills you get, you might want to respec then and take points out of Dragon Talent, which means even more points to spare, So yeah, they're fun to mess around with, and they can go anywhere. You can do anything. A few gear changes. I could probably do the Ubers, if I could be bothered. But yeah, pretty much anywhere, even without Reapers on the Merc, you can still pretty much handle physical immunes quite well as well. So you go anywhere. So if you'd like to clear the areas like, ancient tunnels, pits, worldstone, chaos, mausoleum and crypt and that kind of stuff, Assassin can kind of do it all, really. You get tons of fun weapons. Like I say, I think I might make Rift for this one. Yeah. But that's why you do. That's the same level as the pits, which I'm doing now. The same level as Worldstone. Yeah, it's great for cold swords. Yeah, I found that, like this setup, like you were saying earlier, Reaper's Treachery, but with a Gilams, you don't even need a backup attack with a Cold Soak if you've got that kind of Merc. You can pretty much take care of everything else, as long as you make good use of static and telekinesis. You can pretty much go anywhere. It's just a little bit slower, that's all. Because obviously your Merc is not the fastest, he has to do one at a time. But you can still do it. Don't need infinity. Oh, really? I love telekinesis, man. I open... If I'm playing a Sorc, I don't go near a chest. I open them all with my mind. Doors, everything, even in town, stash, telekinesis. It's one of the best sorceress skills. Yeah, well, with telekinesis, yeah. It's great. Gotta be careful though, because you might decide to do a fire shrine when you're low on health, from standing way back, like. Yeah, I have a... Diablo's weird. It's the one game where, you know, because I play a lot of shooters and stuff as well, so I've got a layout. Like, Diablo 2, I completely changed the way my hand is on the keyboard. So I just kind of rest my left hand on my palm near the bottom corner. So my thumb is on the space bar, show items, tab is map, and then I literally just use Q and A most of the time, sometimes Z. You can see there, Death Sentry is Z. So Q is Dragonflight, but you know, if I had Enigma it'd be Teleport. A for Mind Blast, Z for Death, and my hand doesn't move at all. And W for the switch. But that's it. You know, it's a good system. And then my buffs, you know, I use the F keys. Because you're not doing those in combat anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's the only time my hand moves, though. To do that. Very relaxed layout.
Yes?
See there, did you see that? The sixth kick, he was dead, but I was still in the air kicking. That's the thing, it's a balancing act. I need to, but I think, I'd rather that than, for this area, than use the wizspike, you know. I don't know, I mean, it's going to be so competitive that it's probably going to have to be a sorceress in there. But I'm really tempted to, you know, if Assassin is available, I'll do it. But I don't think I think they're going to not have Assassin at the launch of Resurrected. I think it'll come later, you know. So yeah, can you imagine the amount of sorceresses and paladins there are going to be? Yeah, I hope so. But I'm cynical, you know. I think they're going to try and split it up and maybe charge for, like, you know, have Lord of Destruction resurrected. What about you? I'm assuming you're going to make a cold sorceress, yeah? So it'll be you and your mates, won't it? All, like, you know, you'll all be starting together, I guess. Yeah. So that's quite an advantage right there. that's good. I'll have to get a follow on your stream and have a look. Oh, I will. Not right this second, because it means I got alt tab out. This is where Reapers shines, areas like this. Because the undead have like an extra 50% physical resistance, which if you like dragonflied in with the Reapers in tow, kind of negates that. So vampires and zombies are a lot easier to kill with the Reapers in tow. But, you know, an assassin has so many different types of damage, it's not really a big deal, I don't think. I'm still haven't made up my mind. I think I prefer having a source of mana all the time, to be honest. Yeah, that's good, because that's what I want to see. That'll be tomorrow's viewing in between old episodes of Futurama. I'll watch some of your stream. Did he just teleport away, or did I kill him that fast? You can't tell with these bloody vampires, they teleport like 2 screens away and deprive you of your loot. Yeah, they're really good budget-friendly characters, assassins. You got lots of things that it takes other characters a while to, you know, like quality of life things. The only drawback with Dragonflight really is, well, apart from needing an enemy to teleport to, is it's got quite a long animation. And it's easily interrupted if like there's lots of things firing at you at the same time. And sometimes it'll just, you know, it'll just miss.
I can't carry anymore.
Did he, was he flaming you then? And was he like trying to get his, like, you know, or begging? Was he flaming or begging afterwards? There are lots of coloured zombies in this room, weren't there then? Right. Look at that ring. Anything else? No. Nothing. Okay.
Stay a while and listen.
Yeah, Rebus is great for your merc on bosses, isn't it? Especially,
The
you know,
Order welcomes you.
Andy and I think she's the one that kills, you know, she's the biggest merc killer, isn't she? 71 mana. Let's go more. Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know about that. A couple of times I've gone pure cold. I've ditched the insight. Because, you know, you can get a good mana pool and good regen on a soak. So you want your merc to kill immunes. But I think it's 50-50 with this. With this kind of build. The insight gives you so much freedom. But Reaper's kind of really... You know, you Dragonflight in with Decrepify and it's like game over, isn't it? The only problem, like... So I'm torn between the two builds, so... Yeah. You should try... Slow is good as well, so... Blackhorns is quite good. But then he needs life leech as well, you know. So I got basically two builds here. I got Insight with life tap, or I got the Reapers without life tap. Yeah, Tal's helm is great. I mean, if it wasn't so ugly, I'd be wearing it myself, and he could have the Gilhelms. But
I'll put that to good use.
it's just ugly.
I'll put that to good use.
I would. It'd solve all my leech problems, and 15 res is great. If it looked like that, I'd be wearing it. I'm quite a shallow person, really. guy, Matt Ullman, who did music for this game, did the music for the Torchlight games as well. God, he was a tough bugger, wasn't he? Where's this trapdoor? The problem with this setup is I need the mana leech. The only way I'm able to get it at the moment and keep... oh, actually... Oh yeah, no. It's that 10... I don't want any magic find, but these... I gotta put it with like 10 magic find. Yeah. But you know, you notice the increase in damage from the Bartocks, just from the extra 3 skills, you know. You do notice it, but the wizspike is, I think, is a better fit with. Yeah, I mean, here it's not needed, but Chaos Sanctuary mana was a bit of an issue. I'll show you with the let's get the put the Drax on, and then I don't, and then I can just put like a Dwarf Star on. Put the Insight on him.
I'll put that to good use.
It's like juggling.
It is an honor to serve you.
You have.
And you'll notice like kill speed is a bit lower with like undead. What's my kicks? Yeah, so 5 kicks now without those gloves. It was those gloves that were raising me up to 6 kicks. Yeah. But we'll see. You'll see. It won't. It doesn't make as big a difference. It is a bit slower, but it won't make as much difference as you imagine. Like. Plus, I don't have to worry about. See, because it's your death sentry that does a lot of the work anyway. And crushing blow. I don't think exactly. Yeah. And I think crushing blow doesn't factor in like. I think physical resistance only comes into play after the. Because crushing blow only works down to a certain percentage of life, doesn't it? And then it's down to your damage, which is why, you know, I can get Bale down to like a tiny sliver of health quite quickly, but then that tiny sliver of health can take like the same amount of time to get rid of. Which is why I was thinking of making because Crescent Moon's got a chance to cast static weapons are really good on this build. So Storm Lash is really good. Because it means that groups, you know, you're kicking one and the group is taking damage as well, you know. Where's this trapdoor? Yeah, and paladins as well. And zealots. It's a good seal weapon. But yeah, assassin can, you know, kicker could have a nice ethereal storm match. See, so it doesn't. This way is more about the only problem with this doing it this way. It's like if he dies, then all of a sudden, like, you know, I'm without mana, you know. That's only a problem if you can't resurrect him, or you don't have a backup ring leech. Overall, they're tied, really. I just can't make up my mind. yeah, but sometimes I'm slow. I'm slow and girls are stupid. It's not a good combination. Yeah, I pick them up all the time. I mean, you know. That's true, but it is weird. You get kind of attached to them. You don't want to use them, you know. Those gloves have been taking up space since God knows how long, and I haven't got the runes to craft them, but I will. The gem, I mean. Oh yeah, I mean, there are areas where you need them, and you end up going through loads of them, and it might not even be the areas you think. It might just be, you know, really bad spawn of like an area you do normally, you know. Yeah, I use the shift, you know, shift and whatever number it is to use them on my merc. But sometimes I'm not quite fast enough. I should imagine sometimes they just come back with a bunch of their mates and like hunt you or something, did they? Here it is. Oh. Yeah. forward to seeing them. So, you know, that physical immune went down relatively quickly. Something to bear in mind as well is Reapers doesn't always remove, like things like ghosts have higher physical immunity, so like a unique ghost that's physical immune, Reapers won't break it anyway.
Good day.
Another dose of strong poison. I'm gonna have to go to town and clear.
Blessings to
No, but there's certain things you have to like hit. So you want crushing blow, and open wounds is kind of useful as well, a little bit. But crushing blow you want. Attack speed, but you get that from burst of speed. And if you are going to be kicking, you need elite boots. So anything, you know, I mean, early on it can be wormhide. They will work. But once you get to like stuff like Bale, you want mirrored boots or Myrmidian greaves. Other than that, as long as you hit your the things you need, and you can stay alive. You could, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't. I would rather craft some boots. In fact, for ages I had a pair of mirrored boots, blood crafted. They had they had high poison and fire resist. They had life leech on them. Life replenish, but they didn't have any run walk, right? Which Goblin Toe don't have either. And I would use those over Goblin Toe and get my crushing blow elsewhere. And in fact, until hell, you don't even really need crushing blow. So, you know, I mean, Goblin Toe, they're okay, but I wouldn't use them. But you could use them. You could upgrade them to mirrored boots. It all depends on the rest of your gear. Basically, you have to think of it as a whole, like anything else, really. You need resists, you need crushing blow, and preferably, which I don't have at the moment, but I will, some like magic damage or chance to cast, you know. So, for me, the best weapon for this build is Azarath. Do you know that sword? Yeah, well, that is a great weapon for this build. If you're wearing Azarath, you don't have to worry about physical immunes at all, because kick is so fast, and it's got like so much magic damage on it. It just flattens them. Plus, it's got a skill point on there as well. Yeah, so you got that, or you got like Rift, or you got this. You're spoiled for choice. Yeah, it's great. It's it's what I'm aiming for this build, but I want to try Rift first. I mean, you could go if you're using Rift, you could wear a Nightwings instead of a Gilams and go, like really focus on the frozen orb, because you're firing here so much with your kicks. But so yeah, there's not really a must-have terms of gear, but there's kind of must-have kind of stats. So if you're not going if you're going dual claw, for instance, then you probably want to put some points in that, because it's great. It blocks everything, not just physical. It blocks, like, it'll even block, you know, the lightning, the soul's fire. It'll block that, but it only goes up to 60%, not 75. So yeah, you can do dual claw as well. You could wear like 2 of these, give yourself like 40 strength, 40 dex, and you know, force. I mean, even as a trapper, that'd be great. I mean, they're like the titans for assassins, basically.
Can't carry anymore.
But yeah, I enjoy. I like the playstyle of this build. So I've played it now for quite a few years. I've always made a kicker of some, you know, some kind of and messed around with the gear, you know. Plus, as I say, they're really cheap to make. I mean, you could even do this build with like Shaco, as well as good helm for this build, and Trek's pretty decent kick damage on Treks. You know, you could shift a lot of that gear there. You could just shift it over onto a kicker quite easily. They're very versatile.
Good evening.
How may I help you?
But ultimately, yeah, I like Viper. It's one of my favourite armors on a sorceress. In fact, I would take a perfect Viper over Chains of Honor, to be honest. The magic damage reduction's really good, and you got the cast rate. Yeah, you'd need to stack it, wouldn't you? Plus, you know, the extra skill point is kind of a big deal as well. Yeah, it is. And 2 skills. I think it gives you a bit of strength as well, doesn't it? Like, is it something like 20 strength or something? It's been a while since I made a Chains of Honor. I usually go for Enigma on anything other than a sorceress. And a sorceress, I just go with a Viper, you know. Or Wealth. Wealth is fun. I need a Neff rune for these gloves. I know. Oh, no, I have found them, but they've all been like 133. You know, 130 odd defense. 133 was the last one. One before that wasn't much better. So I found them, but yeah, it does if you're going to sell it afterwards. I mean, to me it doesn't, and it shouldn't matter. But you know what people are like. Oh yeah. But I can't remember why I didn't. I think I did cube it, and it came out as like 3 sockets. Yeah. Ah, no, I don't. Not a white monarch. No. If I had, like, you know, enhanced defense, maybe. But, no, I don't really... Because I don't make, like, multiple accounts and stuff anymore, I tend to save my sockets for, you know, when I really need them. Or, like, I think I wasted one on the wizspike. Yeah. Oh, and the storm shield, yeah. Yeah, and I'm considering it. It's just I know from experience that, you know, if you find, I might find like a nice assassin circlet, in which case, because I've got quite a lot of crushing blow anyway, I would probably switch to it. And I, you know, at that point I might have a weapon with even more crushing blow as well, so I might not need that anymore. So that's why I was kind of holding off socketing it. But I may do it anyway, because it would still probably go on my merc eventually anyway. So having a, like, yeah, exactly, stick a shale in it or something. Or a 15 IAS jewel, you know. So yeah, I might do it, because right now I could stick an in it, and it would help quite a lot. So I might do it. I do have a socket quest left. Yeah. Shacos are always worth socketing, because they, you know... Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make any difference for yeah. If you're not dueling, it doesn't matter. For cold, yeah. I can't give away this fire one. Yeah, they're really fun. I love. I've made a couple of fast cast fire soaks, And they're just insane to teleport around with. I mean, nothing touches you. You don't even need block, really. You telly so fast, it's just nothing touches you.
Greetings. You.
Maybe I'll craft that instead of the gloves.
I can't carry anymore.
Let's just get this last little bit down in the bottom. Yeah, I found a nicer shooter, this ladder. But nobody wants them, everybody uses Hotos, you know. Forgetting about that 25 strength there. I mean, that's quite a big. That might even be worth building in just for the stats, you know. Right, I need to throw those gloves in, can I?
help you?
Telekinesis. If I started, I'd go through those 30 charges like in no time at all. Be repairing that all the time if I started using it. Be like being on a sorceress again.
Impossible.
Just random stuff I found. I've been lucky. Found a couple of 20 lifers. Found a nice. I was quite happy with that. I'll probably end up trading. But other than that, just any resistance charms that were decent that I could find, you know. Like that I really needed. 30 light res. And then a random kind of crappy little bit of extra life. That's it. You know, need space to pick things up, and the only thing that's really important is resistances. But when you know these, I keep them because now and again you'll see someone who's actually who's paying for them. You know, they're not really, without a CTA, they're useless to me, to be honest. No. I think they're worth more than that. Yeah. I think you're looking at a bit more. I mean, some ladders, they're worth quite a bit more, and then some, not much more. Yeah. But some people will pay more than that. If they're after a bunch of them. That, I don't know. I mean, 5 all rays is like Yeah. I mean, the expensive ones, it's 20 life, 11 lightning rays, or 20 life. Can they? I think they can have 5 all rays, can't they? Or can they? Yeah. I found one of those ones. Like a legit 32020. Pretty sure I sold it for a lot cheaper than it was worth, but you know, you can't, on ladder, you can't really, you know, you're never gonna get the big bucks for it. So yeah, the Insight and the Dracos, it's a good setup in here. They're both good setups. Really. What's more of a concern is where I'm going to go with what route I'm going to go down with the weapon, to be honest, and whether I respec and wear that instead of that. Oh yeah, I mean, there's some charms that is actually, they're like really nice, but you wouldn't be able to sell them, like the ones with like really high attack rating on them. They're really useful for some builds, but you know, you wouldn't really get what they were worth. Like, not keeping that. Straight. Yeah, I think it's like 120 attack rating you can have, can't you? And then like a second mod. On a grand charm, I mean, small charms, the pure attack rating ones. I can't remember what they go up to. I'd have, like... Yeah. I ditched all my magic find charms, but I had a 6 MF with 25 attack rating on it, which was quite a nice little charm. What, the smiter? Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, they're a bit of a... I mean, you'd have to be really, really focused on going as high as possible, because, you know, you can get a lot of MF from your gear, and obviously you want space for picking stuff up, don't you? So MF charms, eventually, I just find them cumbersome. They're weird grand charms. I used to find always grand charms a lot, but I haven't found any for ages. Yeah. To be honest, I think I find... Yeah, it can drop early tells. Yeah. Like skillers can drop, you know, Nightmare, Black Marsh. You can start finding skillers that early. It's always worth clearing that. You know, doing a full clear when you level. You should just clear everywhere, that's what I always do. Yeah, invariably, if you want something, that's when it doesn't drop, isn't it? Apparently the best place to find Stones of Jordan is Nightmare and Dariel. That's the one you should farm. Because she's got a very high chance to always drop a ring. And it's the right level to get SOJs apparently. But I tried it one season and didn't get one. The only time I've had SOJs drop for me is in Hell. The thing, the most surprising drop for me was I remember I found an ist in Nightmare. I mean, it was in Act 5, but it took me by surprise. An ist dropping in Nightmare, you know. I think it's probably is an ist, isn't it? I've never seen higher. I've been playing a while. Hmm. Let's wear the dungos for a while. See how that feels. Keep that. Keep that. Sell that. No, I think highest is a pole rune, isn't it? In Nightmare Forge.
Yeah, what the hell?
Or maybe even Lem. Yeah. So yeah, I think it was it's an Act 5 thing, because you know, once you get past, and it was just after Frigid Highlands, Nightmare Frigid Highlands, that it dropped. I remember it vividly, and which is pretty much where the monster levels, they'll go up, don't they? Yeah, in Hell, yeah. Do you ever do these super chests in Lower Karast? always give them a punt. I never find much, to be honest. I think, again, I think I found a gull in one once, but yeah, charms, yeah. It's a good little area, Lower Karast, even without the super chests. Oh, I do. I always hit those as well. Because you can get... the amount of, like, sacred targes I've found. Yeah, and lots of logs and skeletons and stashes and all sorts of things. Ah, right, okay. Yeah, I suppose if you'd have to high runes, you'd have to, wouldn't you? Because you'd have to be about quantity. Yeah, I can't play it like 25 frames per second. The mouse just, I can't do it. You know, if I didn't have those, I'd like consider upgrading those. That's the good thing about Kicker. You can just use any things that you find. You know, they'd be all right actually. Upgrade them once, and you got decent kick boots. Yeah, it is good, but it has got a long animation. So if you're under attack, you know, it can be interrupted. But yeah, it's great for catching up to things. And I mean, yeah, but it's a skill in itself. So like, you know, with plus skills, you get more attack. You're more likely to land the hit, and you do more damage when you hit. I mean, it can, you know, if you get lucky, it can one-shot things sometimes. I used it in PvP once or twice when I didn't, you know, if I didn't have Enigma. And of course, like teleport, it's brings your mercenary with you, which is pretty much the biggest bonus of it. You know, because you're basically doubling when you hit, you're hitting with you and your mercenary as well, you know. Yeah, and same if you put points into Shadow Master, same thing as well. And the Shadow Master can use attacks that you don't even have points in, so they can use all this cool martial arts elemental attacks. So you dragonflight in with your merc and your shadow master. It'll be like a cloud of like frost or lightning or something, and everything will be dead. It's good fun. But the problem with shadow master is she likes to cast mind blast a lot, and I prefer to be in control of when that is cast. But she's great for leveling. Awesome. Definitely put points in.
I am overburdened.
It can stun them like that. And while this is why it's so used for PvP, because it you don't get the benefits of hit recovery while you're under those swirlies. So what PvP assassins do is they fire that, and then they use a wake of fire, which so they get put in a hit recovery animation, and then and then you've got them then. So it does that, but it also converts as well, and that's the problem when you've got a minion cast in it, because sometimes you don't want to convert. So, it took off while I was about to do it. I'll show you now. Right, let's see if I can convert something here. There. So when it's got that on him, now he's my minion. And he's got whatever aura, But sometimes you don't want that because it slows things down, But it's very useful, it's a great skill for safety. I used to use... Oh, hello. Another skill, Cloak of Shadows is really good. But it's got a bit of a bug where it'll disconnect you, and you can replicate it really easy. If you try and use it on the Ancients, you'll just get disconnected. So I don't use it anymore. But that is a great skill, because you just cast on a bunch of archers, they just literally stop firing, and you can just run around killing them like. Ugh, typical, eh? I always check these ones as well. Yeah. I mean, around those ones around the campfires, they're always super chests. And you can have three campfires in this area. You probably know that anyway, don't you? But I think no, you can have 3. I had 3 earlier. It's rare. Yeah, I think it's only one layout that gives you 3. Like there's a few layouts that give you 2. I could be wrong. Might be a couple of 3s. this one only had one by the looks of it. But you know, oh, what for single player?
I can't carry anymore.
I think the crypt and the mausoleum, like the crypt is, I think is the one that's like a, you know, like a high level, like ancient tunnels, etc. But the mausoleum has a super chest at the end of it. Oh, could I be lucky this time? Nope. Should have a look anyway.
I am overburdened.
Yeah.
I can't.
But tunnels is and the pits are level 87 areas anyway, so that all the mobs can drop the high level stuff as well. But only the crypt is out of the crypt and the mausoleum. But the crypt doesn't have a super chest, but the mausoleum does. So the crypt is the high level mobs and the mausoleum is the super chest. So you just pick your poison, I guess. This is just the kind of random knowledge you pick up over years, you know. Know more about this game than I do about my job. Probably go on mastermind about it. Which is pretty sad when you think about it. Right. Do I put the Reapers on for this, or do I... see if I can do it with a life tap. I'll give it a go with this. So it's the Hydras that get him. Is he going to come back yet? See, that's what I keep rejuvenation potions for. Instances like that. Yeah, or like clever gear. So for instance, Nilithek, the Claw Vipers, if you wear Intica damage reduction, so if you wear like a Gladiator's Bane with a Soul rune in it, and Crown of Thieves with like a Soul rune in it, on him, on your merc, chances are he'll survive. You can, you know, Claw Vipers won't kill him. Come on, this way, this way. Oh, he fucking died, didn't he? I mean, I think he would have lived there with the Reapers, I think, because I did him with the Reapers before and he was fine.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I hate the claw vipers. I mean, they're just as bad for you as they are for your merc, you know what I mean? Like those fucking dolls in Duress of Hate, you know. Just, like, you know, especially because I haven't got teleport. If I want to, like, I'm going to do Mephisto now, which means I'm going to have to run the gauntlet of dolls, which means I'm going to be spamming Mind Blast like a mofo.
Good evening.
I love Act 3, but why the hell they put, like, the vendors all, like, spread out so far away from the, you know, the waypoints? Whose idea was that? It was a crummy idea.
I am overburdened.
There you go, wormhide boots. So these, they're great for, you know, make great sorceress boots. Perfect amethyst, a thull rune, a jewel, and some wormhide boots. You get great. You can make some great boots, like mana boots, you know. I like Act 3 a lot. I love make my way through the jungle. Lightning looks great in the jungle, and there's so many mobs that, you know, you can find loads of stuff.
Greetings.
Plus, I love the music as well. If you do it in one sitting, it's great. You get tons of experience, and Mana Leech. But yeah, if you don't do it in one sit and you come back and you've got to go from the waypoint, you know, if you do it in one go, you know where you are, don't you? But if you come back and you've only got like one waypoint, that's when it gets annoying. Because you've got to backtrack just in case the exit to the next area is before the waypoint, which is a bit. Right, let's
Hello.
what do you mean by fire guy? Oh, right. Yeah, the one there's two of them stacked on top of each other in a costume. That's what they are, isn't it? Awesome design. Yeah, you get really crazy design like that in the Torchlight games, which is the same developers. Oh, I know. I always stay clear of those. Could be really careful down here as melee, but just, you know, you could be kicking something and a bunch of those dolls will appear. And hang on, did I go left? Yeah, left. My usual tactic here is to just go left. be honest, I think this is where you need the wizspike. Casting mind blast on these little fuckers. Yeah. There we go. Left, just going left. It works 75% of the time. Just going left, you end up at the. I can't believe his fade didn't kick in there. Yeah, I mean, as you're looking, like you imagine if you're stood on the waypoint, you turn left. That's why I got confused for a second as well. I had to second guess myself, you know. Found a gold rune in one of these chests earlier. Yeah, the ones behind with the chest, I usually do as well. But you know, on a cold soak, it's a bit iffy, isn't it? You know, they can be tricky. I don't like to pull Mephisto until I'm ready. I did the other side, didn't I? I did, yeah. Comes.
My brothers have
See, again, to crepify there, you know, it would probably be faster, but, you know, life tap kind of is nice to have, isn't it? Because your kicks don't really do that much damage, so it's leech, you know, you have to have like quite a high amount of leech if you don't have life tap, you know. Oh, it's empty behind here. There we go, look at that. Any chests?
Good day.
Hail to you, champion.
See, gloves like this are good candidates to craft. You know, the blood recipe. Probably might come out with something good with the attack speed on as well. But obviously, I'm going to space. Yeah, the item level is what matters when you're crafting. That's what I mean, because Mephisto dropped them, didn't he? So they could be good. As opposed, normally what I do, I just gamble them. But I think then sometimes, you know, you can gamble things too high and then you get useless mods on them. The higher levels tend to add stuff like charges of useless, you know, things that you don't want instead of attack speed. I think Mephisto might be, vampire bone gloves from Mephisto might be good candidates for crafting, but I just haven't got the space for it. So yeah, so for instance, you know, bow gloves with knockback, you know, the Ort and the perfect sapphire recipe, where you can get passives, Amazon passives, 20 attack speed, knockback, resists, all sorts of stuff on them. But the higher those chain gloves are in item level, the more likely you are to get shitty charges of things on it. So the best way to do it is to shop them at around level 70-ish, level 75, and craft them then. And then you can get like good bow gloves then. The other way to do is to tower level 3. Any blue chain gloves down there are good candidates as well, apparently. Again, the site that told me that probably doesn't even exist anymore. But you know, I stuck by it, and it did work out. You know, I've made some good bow gloves that I've sold, you know, for quite a lot in the past. So every, you know, that's sapphire and an Ort rune, some chain gloves. You know, if you get lucky. Yeah, I you know, I just do it to keep. It just keeps me occupied. So I never make any real. I'm very lucky if I make any money off it. Like, you know. Mainly, I craft just for personal use. To give me options, you know. Like that. 25 strength could be quite useful. Yeah. Same as most people. But when you see, you know, when you see those games of people offering IST for like 40 rubies, that's what they're doing. They're doing bulk crafting. And when you do it like that, you got a much higher chance against something really good. You know, if you're the right level and you craft 40 caster amulets. Yeah, me too. Let's do a quick chaos run then. Yeah. Most people are a bit too savvy to do that. So if you trade in for P-gems, just random P-gems, it'll be, you know, diamonds and don't you? In my experience, they are. But oh yeah, those guys. Yeah. Right, okay. I know what you mean now. Yeah. Yeah. So that's me when I'm leveling. Sometimes. Yeah. But I wouldn't. I would hang on to my amethysts. There would be no amethysts in those, even if it's meant 10 more levels before I could scrape together 40. You know what I mean? For me, an perfect amethyst is worth like, 3 or 4 of the other gems. And I'm not alone in that either. Yeah. Right, last time I did this, I think I was wearing the Reapers. Yeah, I'm hoping like Blizzard, fix like the main things. Be nice if it carried over to this version, but like you say, people probably won't play it. Can't reach him. There we go. So this, what am I using? Oh yeah, I'm using the dungos. Right, so this is why I keep all these. Yeah. Well, they fixed the TP PK thing, didn't they? But didn't it take them about 10 years? So, I don't really have much experience of the TPPK. That's more of a hardcore thing, isn't it? I never experienced it firsthand. What I found interesting when I used to switch between US and EU, it's weird. Like there's like little differences. So on here, when we're selling something, it's like O something, N something. So it's like offer this, need that. But I remember on the US ones, they did it like differently. It was really weird. It's like, did they use like, yeah, don't they use like G or something, like give, or I can't remember. It's been ages since I played on the American ones. Yeah, and I hate Yeah, yeah. And
I can't carry anymore.
but sometimes it's a sign that they don't know what they've got. So like if, you know, sometimes I'll go in and I'll say, oh, you know, what's the price? And they'll go, ooh, offer. And sometimes it's because, yeah, exactly. Sometimes it's because they know and they're just trying to get the most out of you. But sometimes it's literally they don't know how much it is. And you know, sometimes I'll do that as well. You know, sometimes with like weird, you know, some jewels or thing, you don't know, you don't really know what you've got, or its value to someone. So you know, the old offer trick can work wonders. Yeah, I do that as well. So like, when I sell this wizspike, which I probably will ultimately, that's, you know, usually they're a pull, but I'll put it up for a lem just to get rid of it, you know. Oh, people buy them all the time. People always need whizzies. Be amazed.
I am overburdened.
Yeah, I suppose it is harder later on, but yeah. Or people who've, you know, done things a bit backwards and now they're building a sorceress, you know. I mean, you're right about the value, but Battle.net is like a lure into itself, do you know what I mean? If I was trading on a forum, it'd be like P-gems. But when you're trading things on Battle.net, they tend to, you know, someone will take it. No, I haven't really read anything. And even just the sash change is going to change things quite drastically, because you'll just have access to everything on one character. It'll be a lot more like trading games will be up for longer, I guess. You see more games where it'll be like people offering loads of items instead of just offering one thing, when you, because they'll have access to all their mules. Yeah, I wonder if they'll raise the limit to how many people can be in a game at the same time. sense, wouldn't it? Because it'd be a different... It's different servers, so... Careless there. Very careless. Do they ever cast anything other than amp damage? I mean, you know, decrepify. But they love to cast amp on me.
Hello.
What do you need?
Poison res isn't really where it should be. Poison is kicking my ass at the moment. Very annoying. I think I will put chicken in there. Allowance. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. 50 res. You can get 50 res on a Viper. It's lovely. 50 res, 30% cast rate, 13% magic damage reduction. If you combine that with the Dwarf Star, it's great. Absolutely. Get over 1k defense. Good resale. Yeah, you could tell you've played a bit. What's the time for you now then? really? Okay. It's 3 AM for me. You can see there. So yeah, I'll do this, kill Diablo, and then call it a night. The only reason I haven't already, because I was, you know, sticking around talking to you, which has been very nice. That wasn't even Ventar's mob, that was just random, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's nice when someone has the same frames of reference, you know. It gets so tiring having to explain yourself all the time, doesn't it? So when someone comes to the table with a little bit of knowledge, you can just say, oh yeah, up this, or, you know, cube that. Makes a huge difference, doesn't it? Right. I'm gonna have to mind blast the fuck out of these because he hasn't got his Decrepify. So, yeah. Decrepify there again. I think Decrepify would have made that a lot easier. You know. But,
I can't.
Alright, let's kill Diablo. Let's see if he dies without Decrepify. Without his fade active. Has he got fade? Oh no, he has. Okay, cool.
Not even death can save you from me.
Actually, I might die because I haven't got the max fire raise. There we go. Job done. These belts make good soak gear as well. I know. I'm not quite sure why that is. Yeah, it was a bit weird. It was almost like he was... Yeah. That's true. I think my Merc was lucky he had Fade active, to be honest.
Stay a while and listen.
But yeah, Decrepify would have, you know, again. So I'm still
Greetings.
torn between the two. Yeah. I mean, I should imagine this, you know, the damage reduction comes in handy as well. Because you get 1% damage reduction for every fade point. So if you're using treachery, that's level 15 in it, so you get 15% more damage reduction with all that resistance. Yeah. Yeah. But doesn't Uber Diablo hits quite hard, doesn't he? Or am I getting confused? I see, you probably need it for the organs as well. Do you mean Lilith rather than yeah. When you're getting the organ. Because it's Lilith, Iswal, and who's the other one? Who's the other organ? No, Iswal, Juriel, isn't it? It's Lilith, Juriel, and who's the third one? It's been ages. It is Iswal, is it? Right, okay. Yeah. Remember. Okay. Cool. Nice talking to you. I'll check. Obviously it's late for me now, but I'll check out some of the highlights tomorrow.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Good to